let's get started. Wait. Brain work. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Alright, cool. I've noticed the camera's a bit... Oh god. Well. I need to get a new camera, but oh well. Yeah, I'm not prepared tonight. So let's jump straight into it. Let's go into our tracking sort of stuff. Let's open up our blogs. We want to get the latest blog, the August stuff. Now, this August stuff will roll over into September, so we'll probably maybe update the title. Don't know yet. So yeah, there's some stuff we want to do. Once again, I'm not prepared at all tonight. I do apologize. I want to sort of start the unit testing for this. So we've kind of created the fixtures. We've just got to sort of go in there and edit the fixtures and stuff like that. I should also see if Circle CI is running properly, making sure we don't do anything wrong. What's today? Friday. So Friday we'll probably do a deployment no matter what. That's just to keep the libraries up to date. Alright. I'm glad that they put this here now. Sorry. Alright. I gotta do this. I don't want my phone number or anything showing up. Alright, cool. There we go. What was I gonna say? Yes. So this is all running perfectly fine, which is great news. So what we'll actually end up doing is we'll probably create the fixture today. We'll actually do it on stream. We'll have a read of the code, see what we need to do, and then implement it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm getting distracted with the cube. I'm going to put that down. We're going to jump over here. We're going to go cd site NearBeach. We're going to go git status. All right, nothing to commit, git branch. We're on the development branch. All right, cool. I'm happy to stay on the development branch for these unit tests because they're not really a feature. So we just want to start the build process. We want, not the build process, the development server. We want to jump onto that. Now we actually have this hidden, the GDPR wizard. So it's actually something like this. Alright, cool. So, just thinking how we could properly test this. Yeah. So, I also want to test some other stuff too. So I'm just speaking out loud at the moment. So with the GDPR wizard, you can search for customers, organizations, and users. So we've got to set up the whole entire fixture, so that way we're testing every single permutation that actually happens. We're making sure that certain things don't get deleted. So yeah, now did I actually install data grip? No, I haven't. I was meant to install that last time. Alright, cool. No problem. Alright, I can close all of the tabs in this. I can close this. We don't need to make anything for this. So, yeah. What we do need to do is remove the database. And then what we need to do, Python, we need to source VM bin activate, and then we need to go Python 3 manage migrate. That will migrate it. That will essentially create a blank database. And then we need to go Python 3 manage load data, and then we go NearBeach fixtures, and you'll notice that there's 3 in there now. We want the GDPR setup. Yeah, this might take, oh, it didn't take too long. Sweet. So we now have all that data in there. And I'm going to reset the server. Oh, and we've just hit our first ad break. All right, for those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. We tend to do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, you get to see me, you get to see Socks down here. There we go. There's Socks. All right, one day I'll get a proper setup one day. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. As you see, Socks is right here. She's happy. She's yeah, not complaining at all, which is nice. I'm just wondering if I locked the cat door. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm just wondering if I locked the cat door. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Hopefully Socks kept you entertained. Oh. Yeah. Did you keep them entertained, Socks? Anyway, welcome back everyone. So, let's jump straight into it. Yeah, we're going to test for custom, if you delete a customer, organization, and a user. So if I actually just reload, I need to relog in. That's perfectly fine. We'll just do that. We're going to go to the users. Now in this user page, what we're going to do is we're going to create a user and we're going to delete that specific user. So we'll go add user and we'll call it delete user. Delete user. This is going to be support. Yep, test $1, $2, $3, $4. Going to add that in very, very quickly. So here's the user. Easy done. We need to give the user permissions. So I'm going to say they're part of the dev and QA team, and they have, let's say, power permission set, so they can create and all that kind of fun stuff. We are going to edit some of these. So we're going to go through, find a handful of projects and requirements and all of that stuff, and we're going to assign them as the created user. We're also going to assign them to a couple of these objects. Now I've already should have done that with a couple of these, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long to actually implement. Actually, that's customers, groups and users. There we go. So, I want to open up a database. And what we want to do, I'm just putting the database over here. We're just going to open it up like this. This is just the SQLite stuff. We're going to close all of those. We want object assignment. We're just going to open it up. We should be opening up a query. So, select everything from NearBeach. Object assignment is done. We're 1 and what we're looking for is where the group ID in is, let's say 2. Now if we run that, it might be that. There we go. As you see, this is everything where that's connected to a group ID. We sort of want to look at the projects. So we're just going to go and not project ID is null. So we should have a fair amount in there. All right. Cool. Yeah, there's 101. Is that all? It possibly is. I don't know if the system's limiting it. Yeah. All right, cool. So we just want to pick a random assortment of these. And I'm just going to go and pick 4 of them. All right. So these are 4 projects which we're going to actually change some values and so forth like that. So if we go over here, let's go back to users. Let's actually go to deleted users. So they're user 6. Now, if we go, we won't need the top one anymore. Select everything from NearBeach project, where let's just go project ID in, and we're just going to paste those 4 values. Oh, it only pay. Oh, alright. No, don't worry. I'm going crazy. Alright. So if we run that one, as you see, this gets put into here. You can see what the project title, description, and all that fun stuff. But you'll see the creation user ID in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update that for these 4. So we're just going to pretend this user actually created those, and he's a user 6. So we can, I like to just do something like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste that down. I'm just going to go update. Oops. I'm going to set creation user ID equals 6. I'm going to do that. I'm going to run everything. So you can instantly see it looks like this user has created those, which is great. So the other thing I need to do is with the change user ID, I need to do a similar thing with another one. So we're going to leave that one open at the moment. We're going to open up this one. We're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to grab 4 random ones like that. We are going to just paste them over in here. We are just going to go and we are going to go and double check the field. It was change user, right? Modified creation user ID, change user ID. Easy done. In fact, we can just run that whole thing. All right. So if I double check that, and that was really, really quickly. Boom. All right. Cool. So we are going to delete this user. In theory, what will actually happen is the system should be like, hey, if you delete this user, you're going to have a cascade effect. It's going to delete all of this data and so forth like that. You don't want that. So what will actually happen is it will replace these users with someone in the system. And that's usually the first administrator. So, yeah. All right, let's get into it. I'm just going to save that data at the moment. That's easy to do. So we want to go Python 3 manage. This is dump data with indent of 2 and format JSON into the NearBeach fixtures, and then we got the GDPR wizard. So there you go. We've got a backup plan. So we can actually manually test this right now. So I am actually going to go to one of these projects. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to save these numbers within here. Creation user, and then change user. All right, cool. I'm gonna if I go over here, oh, nope, nope. Go with the GDPR wizard, and we're gonna go, yeah, we're gonna delete a user. We go next, and we want delete user, and then we go next. Oh, it doesn't pick up the data. Why not? All right. Previous. Oh, it does get the data. Data to be removed. Oh. In technicality, because this is a user, are we really deleting the data when we're switching it over? And that's where we need to sort of test all of this and change this so that users understand what exactly is happening. In this sort of case, we should be telling the user, by the way, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. We'll delete the user. We should actually have the user popping up here. All right, cool. I'm gonna put that as a bug. Let's take a screenshot. Let's just say save visible. Let's copy. Let's go over here. Let's just go into this. Let's go new issue. We're just gonna paste this down here. Great, thank you. All right, GDPR wizard. Removing a user on the data verification screen could have a clearer message. All right, cool. So what we want to do is method one, go to the GDPR wizard to delete a user. Go through the process of deleting a user. All right, sweet. On the action required screen, the user information and any modifications to the data will be displayed, as well as what will happen in the database. All right, cool. Really, let's expectate. Give me a couple of seconds. Expected results. For example, it should show the user's profile to the staff member, as well as the fact that any object created by the user will have any object modified by the user, created/modified by the user will have the following fields updated. The creation user and the changed user. That these fields, and I'm going to just adjust the camera. There we go. All right, cool. Hopefully, socks out of the way, please. These fields will be modified to another user in the system. All right, actual results. Page does not contain that information. Okay, cool. This is why we bug test and stuff like that. This is why sometimes we come back at a later date to see what we've done. Fresh head, you come back and you're like, we can improve this. All right, so this would be a Normal priority at the moment. It'll definitely be a bug. It is definitely submitted. It is definitely assigned to me, and this will be the GDPR wizard. Ooh, do we have that? No. All right, no problem. We'll add in the GDPR. We'll go light cream. And we're just gonna create that. All right, cool. And I'm gonna unstyle that for the moment. That's fine. All right, cool. So jumping back into this, technically there's no data to be removed or changed that the user needs to know. You also have data to be removed. All right, cool. I'm just gonna go next. There's the cascade effect. Okay. And we got a success page, but we haven't made a success page. All right. That was really silly of us. GDPR wizards, guess page not found. I'm just gonna paste this in very, very quickly. All right, now that we've done that, what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down. I don't know why I'm showing all of that. I could have just taken a really small screenshot. So after going through the GDPR wizard, we are met with a 404 page. Okay, cool. Well, this one's pretty easy to fix. Priority. This one would be kind of critical. We do need to actually fix this before we actually send this out to people. All right, cool. I'm just going to hit create. I'm just going to untick it. So yeah, we do need to fix that. But what we can do is we're not going to need the update command, but what we'll need to run the select command. We don't need this one up here either at the moment. I want to see if these have survived. They have. And if we actually have a look at the creation user ID, and the change user ID, they've been put back onto an administrator value, which is great news. Let's test these 4 up here. And they're still there, and the creation user ID has, all right, sweet. That is great news. This is what we actually want. So, you know, the other thing is we are actually we are deleting, the object table would shrink automatically. Anything assigned in there, yeah, we just take away automatically. So that user is gone now. So if we actually go and try and find them, oh, they're still here. We never deleted them. Okay, that's another bug. That's actually a critical bug. All right, no problem. All right, method 1, log into NearBeach to go through the GDPR wizard process and delete a user. Expected results, user is deleted. Actual results, user is not deleted, and people can access their profile. All right, easy done. Oops. Gonna key this in very, very quickly. This is definitely a critical bug. We definitely don't want to have GDPR. We don't want to release this with this bug in there. Let's just say that. But not a problem. I reckon we could essentially fix up the GDPR. We'll be fixing up quite a lot of bugs in NearBeach in the next over the next 2 months as we sort of slowly wrap up the 0.31 branch. Now, I was hoping to actually be a lot further through this, but I've needed extra time off. So yeah, it's just been exhausted lately. All right, so we've got 2 major critical issues. We could potentially fix that tonight. I'm probably going to go flying ahead with the fixtures at the moment to try and get them all set up. So what we're going to do, remove the database, and then what we want to do, Python 3 manage migrate, and then what we want to do, Python 3 manage load data, and then we want the NearBeach fixtures, and then we want the GDPR wizard. So that's just all in one line. All right. Oh, we have a problem. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up that fixture very, very quickly. So we need to go NearBeach fixtures, and we've got this, and I think I know what the problem is. Yeah, it's that one thing. All right, cool. One reason why that's popping up is I haven't actually started my Docker stuff. Do I have Docker running? Oh, I do have Docker running. Yeah, I just need to start this Minio. That's all. It's annoying when that does that. So, yeah. All right, we're gonna do that one again. Okay. All right. Let's just reload. I'm gonna. Oh, I don't need a login because the session key is the same. I need to do the same thing here for tasks. I need to do it for every other object and so forth like that. So what we're going to do, and I'm having a good think about this, we'll probably need the user admin section, and we'll go through bugs where we're going to be removing this. Yeah, originally NearBeach connected to external like bug tracking tools and stuff like that. However, I kind of want to build something internally. Alright, sorry, I'm just having a quick think. So, bugs, bug clients bugs we won't need to do. Change task blocks we'll need to, we don't have any. And we don't have any change tasks with this particular fixture yet. We'll need to actually do that. The idea here is we're testing everything. So this is going to be a bug. It's going to be a very buggy day, so let's just say that, a buggy stream. GDPR wizard, missing data for the following objects. All right, the fixture is currently missing data for the following objects. So, sorry, I'm just making sure. Okay, I need to log into Slack there. All right. So change task blocks, change tasks. I'm gonna do this. I know you guys won't be able to see most of the screen, and I do apologize. And I've just realized I've done this. Where did this page come from? That should be like that. All right. So yeah, that's just my reference at the moment. So I can go from the top down without having to switch screens and stuff like that. So we want change task blocks. We want change tasks. We want customers. We want, just wait a second. We do have customers, so we can ignore customers. Document permission. Organization to user, yes, document permissions. Sorry. I'm assuming documents. Extends and auth tokens. No, we want that deleted. We don't want that actually. Folder. Ooh, group permissions. Sorry, I'm just having a look at group permissions, and I'm just like, how is this connected up again? So we've got the permission set, and then we've got the groups, and then we've got the change user ID. I think we don't need to worry about that. Groups will have data in it. We're fine with that. The Kanban board, it has a large board in it. Yeah, it only has one. And it's not attributed to this user either. Now, who am I logged in as? Deleted user or dark theme admin? No, I should be able to see that Kanban board. Thank you very much. Include all groups, unless it's off to, I just haven't included my group. All right, cool. And a Kanban board, here's Yokipu. Yeah, I just haven't assigned groups. I'm going to assign some groups like that. Is done. What the hell is that? Right. Coinage just fell off my shelf. That was weird. Okay. So we can do it with the Kanban. We've got the Kanban cards. I'm okay that it's going to be one. That's perfectly fine. This is just testing one little tiny thing. What we need, Kanban columns, Kanban levels, yep. List of bug clients. Once again, we're going to remove that. We are going to have list of project statuses. All right, yeah, there can be a change user for this. That's fine. All those lists are fine. Notifications. We don't have any data for notifications. It's easy to do. Object assignment will definitely have, oh yeah, we need to make sure object assignment isn't deleting any user data. Object nodes. Oh, and we've just reached another ad break. All right. Hey, how's everyone going? I don't know where the coins came from. Probably somewhere on here. Oop. Ah. All right. They're from this. All right. That's where they came from. Oh, they're coins from around the world. Alright. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. Don't worry, you don't get any ads. Essentially, we do this so no one misses out on any content. And you get to see me, like, struggle. Oh, this is 50 cents. Is this Fiji? I don't know. Yeah, I've got a bunch of foreign coins in a bag on my bookshelf. Where else are you meant to keep them? Alright, about 20 seconds left of the ads. I hope everyone's going well tonight. So, yes, you get to see the coin. It's like, where is the bag? Oh, the bag's there now on the ground, but it was like up there or something, and it just went. The coins just come out. So, yeah. Alright, 5 seconds, let's go. Alright, and welcome back everyone, let's jump back into it. So, we've got the notifications, I've got to scroll back down here. We've got object nodes. So we've got to add in a bunch of nodes against objects. That's going to be pretty easy to do. Object, templates. We've got organizations we'll have data for. Permission sets we'll have data for. Projects, public links, we should? No, we don't, all right. Request for change, we don't. Requirement items. We should have requirements and requirement items. Yeah, we do. That's perfectly fine. Scheduled objects. We don't have anything for scheduled objects. Because the last thing you want to do is delete a user and have it wipe out all these sort of objects and stuff like that. And they just disappear. So we've got to really test for that. So yeah, at the moment, this particular feature is considered very alpha and not to be trusted. So yeah, once we do all these unit tests, make sure that we're only deleting what we know we're deleting. It should be fine. A quick way to make sure that we're not deleting everything is doing a count before and after, and making sure nothing changes for all of these objects, apart from where we do want it to delete. Have that cascade, so yeah. Alright, scheduled objects, sprint audit tables. Alright, cool, sprint object. I'm assuming that these aren't in there. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, tag assignments. Tags, we should have tags. No, we don't. We don't have tags in there. We have tasks. We do have user groups, and we don't have user jobs. What functionality are we using that for? Okay, we've got it in the admin. It's the my planning stuff. I'm gonna say yes because we kind of want to test this. User jobs. Alright, so for each object, we'll need to assign the deleted user to. Are you okay, Socks? Oh, Patty? Oh, Patty, you're in here. Oh, buddy. Give me 1 second. I've just got a cat who's coughing up a hairball. You okay, buddy? Oh, you don't have to run like that. All right. Just sticks his head in and he's coughing up a hairball. All right. For each object, we'll need to assign a deleted user to the following fields. It'll be creation user and change user. Yeah. We'll need to test to make sure none of the objects are deleted above unless they are meant to be. For example, object. Actually, no. Unless they're meant to be. Alright. Cool. So stuff like object assignment is perfectly fine that we certainly delete some stuff, but you don't want to delete anything where the user has actually assigned a group to an object, because one problem is if we delete that sort of record, that object might not be connected to any other groups, and that object just disappears from the system. So, priority. This is going to be a major one. Alright, easy done. So that is created. The other thing I wanted to look up. Now we went through here and we had something groups appear. Group permissions. We've got it registered, we've got it initialized, we have it in the model. We do have 2 usages. Both in the admin. Is this not called anywhere else? So we've got the initial, we then got. Alright, I'm going to file mask this just to Python. So, I think this is no longer needed. Yeah. Nothing's breaking. Famous last words. Python 3, manage, make migrations. Oh, it's probably. Hang on. We might need to remove it from the other places. So we need to remove it from here. This is just the admin stuff, and then we've got. We don't need it here. I don't want to edit this migration file. There you go. Yeah, we don't need a model at all, so we might as well get rid of it. I'm going to put that as a bug. So, unwanted model, group permissions. There is things. That needs to be removed. Alright, cool. We'll just do a push with this. This is just a normal, easy sort of done. It'll be bugged, it'll be submitted. We'll do all of this. So this will be part of the database backend sort of stuff. I need to actually alpha 0.31. Oh, what version? I think we're up to 91. Let me double check that. So hub.docker. This will be NearBeach. We want this one. We want tags. Yeah, we're up to 91. Just gonna do that color. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna go like that. Just gonna do that. I'm just gonna click on this. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go git status. And we're gonna git add. I'm happy with all of those changes. Actually, no. Actually, I'm not going to commit the fixture. Alright, git commit. We're just going to go bug fix, and we're just pasting that in, and then we're just going to push. Alright. And Rahul, how are you going? Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're going well. Yeah. Oops. Okay, that I can close. That I can close. Okay. And then I can just fix this. This is fixed. This is fixed, yeah. Alright, cool. We fixed one bug. Okay, I am gonna close all those tabs. Why did it go there? Okay. Yeah, how are you going, Rahul? Alright, let's open that up. Alright, that's good. Oh, I didn't do any tests on the front end and stuff like that. But then again, I couldn't find it being used anywhere else, so it's safe to say this is not a model that's needed. So what we can do now is we can go Python 3, manage, and then migrate. Boom, done, easy. All right, so. Oh God, I'm gonna have to fix that. It's gonna be one of those things where I'm like, all right, cool. I can do one of a couple of things tonight. So I can slog it going forward, setting up the GDPR, or I can figure out a better way of pagination and stuff like that. And I'm kind of leaning on pagination. I think I just need the mathematical exercise for it. So what I want to do is, well, you can see it visually. This is getting way too big. And way too, it's just not plausible to deal with that. Create an application. Oh, fair enough. What application are you creating? In this sort of case, what I want to do is I don't want to pick as many. So I've also got to figure out how few I can do. Now I'm just going to shuffle this off to the right, and let's go down here. I think 7 is fine. If we have a look at this, we're really pushing it. So if we go from 11 to 18, that will be 8 blocks, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we've got 8 blocks that we can work with. However, is this the iPhone 6? Is the smallest ones we're going to go with? That still stays the same, so 8 blocks. So, shoot, where's my cord for the, damn it, I've lost it. I need to order another one. Is it somewhere? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to rack my head. I've got that. Sorry, I'm just pulling out the cord. I've got a Wacom tablet, but I don't have the cord for it here because whilst I've been in the sling, I haven't been left-handed. I haven't been able to use this. And now I want to use it, and I don't know where I put the really long cord for it. I know I used it to charge something, and it'll probably take me 10 minutes to find it, and it's not worth it doing on stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat. We're going to have blocks. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll start. We'll do 5 at the moment. Give you the source code. There we go. Actually, no. Let's do 8. Because that way I don't need to change the math and all that kind of fun stuff. So, there we go. I'm just going to quickly 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. So there's our 8 little blocks. So if we got some pages, let's say our page range will equal from, now if we go back into NearBeach, we'll actually have a look. We can see it's 1 to 7. So we'll keep, for convenience, we'll keep those numbers. Instead of, yeah, that's okay, Rahul. This is open sourced, so yeah. So let's say we've got 1 to 4. Now, because it's less than this, the amount of pages, we're like, all right, cool, this is going to be fine. We don't need to worry about that. Now, what happens if we have 1 to 100? All right, we now need to fit those numbers on here. Now, initially what we could do is just do 1 to 8 and they'll be fine at the start. However, if the person is on page 50, you don't want that. And another thing is, so let's say the page is 50, because we'll go with this example. What we want to do up here is we kind of want to have, oh, this is where odd actually works. I just realized something. I think 7 is going to be the solution here. What we want to do is the middle one, we want to have as page 50. And then now the other problem is, usually you've got like, at the end, something like this. And we could do that easily. And then we have 49 here. And then we have 51 over here. And we now need to figure out how to do that. I'm already, what do you mean by an earnings app? I don't fully understand that. So, I want to jump back over here. We can't, now that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now that's a bit bigger. Yeah, and we're going to have a problem with spacing once these get really, really big. So if I go 18, 19... Yeah, alright, and then I've got to do this sort of thing where I get, like, let me go that way. No. Bad screen. Come on. Alright, I'm just, there, alright. Now those ones are relatively sized, but if I were to go in here and I was to do, let's say, a really big page, enlarge the webcam. What do you mean? Like, do you mean just to zoom in just a little bit? I could. So I'm just having a think. In these specific cases where the numbers are really, really big, we're actually got less space to deal with. Now that being said, let's just pagination. There we go, overview. So there's what we're currently doing with these particular icons. You can do bigger sizes and stuff like that. But they're only doing it like with small numbers. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to get some ideas around what happens when people have a lot of text. We need the zoom to the end and the zoom back. And I think it's going to be one of those cases where that's actually a good idea. Let's just search for swearing hats. All right, cool. Where's the page number in there? I was going to say they don't have one edit now. Give me 2 seconds. Because I don't know exactly what's going to appear. All right. Trying to find an example. Oh, that just loads in. All right. It might be one of those things where we might expect 100. And then when it gets to 1,000 and stuff like that, we could take, all right. I've got a couple of ideas. So one of our problems is if, for example, you've got 10 pages That little square is going to increase in size by a little bit, which is fine. That is fine. Hence, we're doing a more better approach where we're. Oh, it's stuck in that position now. All right, damn it. Where, you know, 7 is fine like that there. However, if we've got double sort of like this, 7 sort of fits across the whole screen, and we're like, all right, cool, that's it. So the pages can definitely get into the 10s easily. That's not going to be a problem. If they get into the 100s, what we could potentially do is limit it down even more. Yeah. So, going back to this, we could... Now, with this one, if you click on this, it'll take you to 48. And this will take you to 1. This will take you to 52. And this will take you to page 100. Okay, going with these rules. If these numbers got bigger, for example, if you got into the hundreds, what I could potentially do is I could knock off this one and I could knock off this one. And then the arrows replace those functionalities. And we could do that at the... Well, we'll have to see what the hundreds look like. It's not hard to implement. We can quickly actually implement that. And... yeah, see what happens. Let's do that right now. Let's minimize stuff. Let's actually, because I am feeling very, very lazy and need to go directly to it, I'm just going to inspect this. I'm going to go page link. I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to go, all right, cool. We're after the page link. And we're not after a file mask like that. We're after the view components too. So we've got it in a bunch of view components, but we want to actually have a look at the search results first. So with the search results, number of pages is greater than 1. We've got all of this for the index of number of pages, which we're not going to do. In here, we've got the index. I'm just going to, so aref, everything else with the page link. All right, so I'm just going to put a 1 in the front. We're cheating here. This will cause problems. And run watch. When I watch that, I'm just going to double check that cat didn't just fall off my thing. Oh, there you are. You okay there, Socks? All right. Create an application like Diamond Walla application. I don't even know what that is. So if we hit refresh, you'll notice that these are now all 100s, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to work with. All right, so we've still got some room with the 7. Sweet. Great news. Now let's one-up it. Let's go into the thousands. So this will take a couple of seconds to build. Easy done. And now we're just going to hit refresh. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe 6 to work with. And then at this point, we would definitely be knocking... I'm very scared to search for that. It seems very dodgy. I'm just saying that. A mobile and web app where users can earn tokens by playing games, completing off-wall tasks, and taking surveys to redeem. Yeah. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So going back to here, we can knock this one off, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can do this in the thousands. And then what we can do, we can get rid of that. From here, we can set a max width. So I'm just gonna, what's the width of this? Oh, it doesn't tell me, does it? Damn it. Yeah, give me the width. Computed. Line height. No. I want width. We'll just play around with it. Alright, cool. Width, I'm just chucking in a value until nothing actually happens. Yeah, nothing does happen. Alright. There we go. Something actually happens. It's 200 pixels. We definitely don't want it that big. When that actually happens, it's going to do that. Alright. I did search. I actually have multiple monitors. And I read what it was out. Alright. I don't... Alright, in the very rare case, someone actually has tens of thousands of items of like objects in NearBeach and stuff like that, where you have that many pages. I think they will be sort of filtering down the search by that sort of stage. So we'll say anything over 10,000. So we'll go over here, we'll replicate what the 10,000 will look like. So we'll do that very, very quickly. Easy done. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 10,000 still works. All right, let's see what we can do to break this. All right, I'm now curious how far we can go. All right, 1, 2, 3. So anything over 100,000. Even then, 100,000 can just fit in there. All right, 1 million. Freaking ridiculous with the pagination. All right, with 1 million, we'll drop it down to an arrow over here, an arrow over here, double arrows on either side, an arrow here and an arrow here, and just have the middle button. Done. All right, cool. So our limitations at the moment, because if we remove all of this, we'll have counter blocks, so cob, and then when we're greater than 0, of course, we'll have 7. When we're greater than, I think 10 was fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 100. I think it was 1,000. So what's the matter, sucks? There we go. Oops, I forgot to also put it there. My bad. Alright. That should compile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, yeah. Sorry, I'm just losing track of where I am. Greater or equal to 1,000. That's when we'll do 5. And if it's ever over 1 million, we'll do... Well, still it'll be 5. Got 2 on either side and then that. Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, so... Even then we might tweak that to be 10,000, depending, let's actually put 10,000 in. So that's 1,000, that should be 10,000. Just waiting for it to compile. There we go. If we hit refresh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we click in this, I'm just going to change this to something like that. And we're going to click on this one, and we're going to do the exact same thing. Ooh, we could... It's one of those things where I'm just like, it is pushing it. It is. It can just fit in, but I don't have much leeway. That's actually 100,000. Yeah, I know. I'm shocked too. Sucks. That's 100,000. If I edit these ones manually, let's just go through. What's the matter, Socks? She's just meowing at me. Alright. Yeah, I'll deal with you in a second. Alright, come on. Yes. Say hi to chat. Nearly can see you. Alright, so 10,000, a little bit more room. I'm going to say yes to 10,000. Where we can do the 5. So let's go 100,000, it'll be 5. Actually, no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, alright, cool. I think that will work. That's how we're going to do it. Alright, easy done. So, with this, how would we do this? Well, considering we'll have the page number easily, what we could potentially do is have a look at the page number and be like, is it past a certain value? Or is it at a certain value? So, I'm just having a think in my head how I want to tackle this. And what I've got to look out for is the early page numbers. The early page numbers will be really, really easy because we've got the loop. If we go back over here and I start deleting all of this in here, we've got a loop where we're like, is the past index equal to the current page and so forth like that. That's pretty easy to do. That will work perfectly fine. However, for larger pages, that might be harder to do. And I'm trying to remember where we've put the loop. So going in here, we've got a loop for the index number of pages. Now, what we're actually going to do is we're not going to have number of pages. We're going to have a set of pages. So if the set is under a certain number, what we're going to do is we are going to make... What are we going to do? I don't know. If it's under, let's say, the 7, we're just going to put the 7 in straight away. But once we start moving outside, sorry, if the current page is 7 or under, we're just going to put 1 to 7. Easy done, because it can fall on that wherever. But once we start moving away from that and we start getting into the pages and so forth like that, is when we want to start moving things around. And however, I'm also thinking, and I'll probably visualize this just so you can see what I'm talking about. So if I refresh, I go here. If I start clicking on these, we kind of want at one particular point, once it's past a certain number, like let's say 5, we kind of want that to shift down. And that is plausible to do. We've just got to think about the ends. And what I could do is I could jump in and I can throw something together very, very quickly, which shouldn't take too long to do. And then we'll just, you know, I know there's going to be a couple of bugs, and then we'll put the edge cases for those in. So let's do that. Let's, instead of number of pages, we're going to do page set. And we want the page set to be, all right, cool, yep. So page set, or set of pages. I should say, yeah, set of pages. So it's going to be an array of just stuff in there. So going back down, what we want to do is we want to, not as a proc, but as a data point. We don't actually have data in here. Okay. That is something like this, and we go return, and then we're going to go set of pages. So by default, it's going to be an empty array. Oh, I don't know how I did that. Okay, empty array was, oh no, that's going to be a return. So we're happy with that. So we've got the change page, we emit stuff up, we've got the destination page. All right. And then we want to do update set of pages. All right. Now, this isn't going to be an index. This is just going to be, oh. Do we need? Yeah, I need the destination page. The reason being is we're passing the destination page in here. We pass it up, but we don't update everything. Now, I'm just having a quick look. The destination that's passed down. Where's the destination page? Array of objects. This destination. All right, destination page is this. Where is destination page defined? Oh, we haven't actually defined it. All right, no problem. I'm just oh, we've got number of pages. That is good. We've got the destination, which is what object it is. We've got the current page. Now it's the current page which we won't be updated yet. So we've got the destination page. So that's the change page. That'll do. Yeah, we kind of want to update that now. If we do, we could do. Sorry, there's two ways of doing this. One is we can attach this to the formula, And then when we get the data back, because there is a little bit of delay, so if we hit refresh on here, I've gotten rid of it. But if you click on another page, there is a little bit of a delay to getting that data. And what we could potentially do is someone could click on it, but then all right, I'm going to change the number right away. And what we could potentially do is, with all that data that comes through and gets passed down and stuff like that, we could flag in the system that something's changing and so forth like that. Might be an idea. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to continue doing it this way, because we're going to assume that we're going to this update set of pages and we've got the destination page. Sweet. So, straight away, I am going to... Oh, by default, we can set the default. Yeah, when we actually mount. Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Mount this dot. Don't know how to do this in JavaScript. Let's say it's like that. Training 1 to n. Array from array 10 dot keys. Oh. Yeah, let's just do that. This dot set of pages equals, oh, it's definitely not that. It'll be this sort of array, and then we just go this dot number of pages. Now, hopefully that doesn't include 0. Yeah, that's what we want. Just gonna paste that in. Okay, cool. And that just sets the default array of pages. Cool. Alright, so if we wait for that to compile, we should go back here. That should actually boot back in. Assuming I don't have any issues. No, alright, we need to fix that. So, going in here, I'm just going to bump this off. I'm going to get out of that mode. I'm going to bump this off to the left. I'm going to go into, oh, I hate when this happens. Yeah, views detected on this page. So we've got search object, we've got list search results. We have data, set of pages 1 to 7. I don't know why they're not appearing. So we'll quickly fix that up. So we've got that. If we go all the way up, we've got, that's it. Keep forgetting if length is a function or if it's actually an attribute. There we go. Alright, cool. So bang, we've got them down. That's perfectly fine. However, we want a max of 7 straight away. So there's our first bug. We want a max of 7. So array from and okay. I'm just splitting this over multiple lines. if that is greater than 7, then we want to do 7, else we want to do this dot number of pages. And we don't want the +1. So, yeah. Cool. So there's our first bug. And there we go. Easy done. Fixed. So yeah, we'll only have 7 along there. The main reason being is if I were to, 2 reasons. If I would need to see how big this is and then deal with it with the size, but if someone changes the screen size, I had to have a watch on the screen size and readjust all of this due to the screen size. So yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, all right, cool, we'll keep it like this. All right. So that's going to work perfectly fine. Now, the next thing to do, I've got to add in a bug where if someone clicks like that, we don't shrink that. We actually keep it the same size, but there could be also other possibilities where there might be a couple of things to... Alright, I'll figure that out at a later date. So, that one's done. So all of these are done, but now if we're past number 4, we want to adjust stuff. Okay. So... this is where... Alright, cool. So, destination page. It's where we're like, if it's 4 or below, so if destination page is less than or equal to 4, just render out what we need. Which is going to be this. And then we just go render out the first this is where it gets complicated. Okay, 4 will be fine. Okay, render out the first n amount of pages. Alright, that's perfectly fine. Did we want to... Sorry, I'm just having a think here. Just wondering when we start doing the arrows and how we're going to implement that. I mean, it's pretty easy to do. If it's 7 pages long, then yeah, we want to implement that on the 7th one. Okay. So I'm just having a really good think about how I want to do this. Alright, I'm going to have to... So, if it's under 4, we just render it all out like that, and we're perfectly fine with that, and I'm happy. Okay, easy done. the next thing to do is if it's over 5, this is where we want to do something different. Okay, so at the moment, we'll have this dot set of pages. Oh, hang on, I'm in the if statement. Okay, so this dot set of pages, we're not doing that. We're just going to open up that. What we're going to do is we're going to have page 1, easy done. We're going to have the next page, easy done. The next page, easy done. And then the current page. So that will be destination page. And then we're going to have the next one, and the last page. I'm just putting this in here. So the first page, and then sorry, I need to this dot number of pages. So it's going to be like this. -2, -1, +1, +2. Alright, so that's the set of pages. So if we go back into here and we hit refresh, so that's somewhat working. So if we go down here, we go 7, 6, 5, 4. Now notice, so with 5, we've got 26 there. Alright, so this is where I've got to think how I want to do this properly. Now, if I've got a set of objects, I can actually, an array, I can actually have an array of objects and I can do all this fiddly stuff in here. And that way, when I render it out, it won't be as fiddly. And I kind of like that idea. So, what do I mean by that? So if the destination page is less than 4, what we're going to do is we're going to ignore this. We are going to hit the wrong key there. And what we're going to do is at the start of the pagination, we're also going to do one where it's checked for towards the end. So this will be this dot set of pages will equal, we've got an array, and then we're going to do something like this. And we're going to go have the destination page, it's going to be a 1. And the text or title, the text is going to be a 1. So we're doing something like this. Oh, and this. Oh, we're going to loop through it too. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. If this dot number of pages doesn't equal 0, we have only one value, and it's just going to be this dot set of pages equals, and then we're going to set up this destination and stuff like that. Anyway, we've just hit add breaks again on Twitch. So yeah, for those wondering what's happening on YouTube, we run ads on Twitch every half an hour. That's just so to stop any of the pre-rolled ads. Yeah, don't worry, you guys don't get ads, not that I know of. And we tend to just pause streams so no one misses out on anything. I think I say this like a dozen times a night. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So yeah, yeah, I'm hoping I will get this solved. So I've never done this before, and it'll be interesting. So yeah. Right. Alright, just solving my cube. We've got about 15 seconds left of the ads. Hopefully this won't take long. Right, there it goes. Solve the cube. And welcome back, everyone. Alright. Oops, wrong screen. There we go. So, if the page equals 0, there's a bit of a bug there. We should actually do like that. And then we'll have the destination page, that's going to be 1. And then we're going to have the text is going to be 1. And that's it. Alright, just return. We'll do else if in here. So, if the destination page is less than 4, we've got to loop for... Actually, I'm just going to return. And it will make the next step a lot easier to do. So that one was a quick, easy fix. So if there's only one page, we only have one value, we're just getting rid of it. Cool. We only have one value. Move on. If we have... Oh, now this might be where I split this up into being like, all right, cool. If the destination page is less than 4 and... Or I could just loop through it. Because if we have a look with this one, it's saying 26 is the last page. Ooh, wow. All right, 50 is the last page. So 49, 50. If we actually hit any of those ones, it'll actually break the system. So we do actually have a problem where if we want to do something special if there is less pages than blocks. So if this dot number of pages is less than or equal to 7, this is what we're going to do. And in reality, we should loop through it. That will actually cover this case. So we'll get rid of that now. What we need to do is there are not enough blocks to add in the last, the first slash previous slash next slash last button. Easy done. And what we're going to do is we're just going to loop through that. It comes back down to this formula down here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're getting rid of that now, aren't we? Yeah, we're getting rid of that. All right. So it's the default array of pages. Tell you what. Oh, piss off. I hate how it just suddenly changes the code when you hit tab. It's so annoying. Anyway, so we just update the thing. So we don't need to worry about that anymore. So up here, we just need to run through that. Now, I don't know of a quick way. Actually, no, I do know of a quick way. It's technically this still. But we're going to do that for reference. So this dot set of pages equals, and then we're going to go array from, we're going to have length is this dot number of pages, just number of pages, and then we're going to have, great, just cover up what I need, underscore index, such that it will spit back an array, and we'll have destination page I, and the text will be I. Hang on. And then we need to return, there we go. All right, sweet, I know how to code sometimes. So destination page is going to be the index, and then the text is also going to be the index. However, we can force that into being into a string by just doing something like this, just so everything knows that it's going to be a string moving forward. That should be fine. Now we need to edit what's up here. So as you can see, we're actually going through setup pages now for index. Now we've got the index, and then what we need to do is destination page, to put that as the key. We need to get the classes. This will actually be dot destination page. Easy done. Now, if the index dot destination page equals the current page, then we do, does not equal the current page, sorry. We do this, and then we go dot destination page. Easy done, we're quite happy with that. And then it's not gonna be index, it's gonna be index dot text. And this one down here is gonna be index dot text. So that should do that for us. So now we've got control over the text that we're sending there, and we don't need any if statements and stuff like that because we can set that up. Now, kind of failed, but let's have a look at how the data is set up. So if we go over here, we're going to hit view, we're going to hit search components, we're going to hit listing. We've got the set of pages. If we open that up, it doesn't do that. All right. Oh, I haven't set this up properly. That's fine. Okay, so that will only work with that one. I don't think we got an example where we've got less than 7 at the moment. So that's why that's happening. Not a problem. Now we just got to deal with the ones that are more than 7. So that should be fine. Finished, return. Okay, so that will just return now. In fact, I think that was what was causing that issue. Let's hit refresh. There it goes. So we've got but 0 here. Index start at 0. So what we need to do is we need to go into here, +1, easy done, +1. That's it. And we just hit refresh. Perfect. So if we click on 7, there you go. So it's working for this one perfectly fine. And considering it's less than 7, we don't need to do the modifications or anything like that. So the next step we've got to do is deal with the bigger ones. So the bigger ones will have an array from, it'll have 7 arrays, but it'll have an array from one particular value to the other. Now we're going to work with the left side first, then we're going to work our way up. So with this, we're going to go back to our lesson 4, and what we're going to do is, if it's less than 4, we still want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, yes, so the destination page is less than 4. So I'm just having a think. It will then, we want the last one. I mean, we can copy this and then add in that last thing and stuff like that, but this is fine at the moment. And then what we need to do is do something like that, and do something like that. So the 6 is fine, and then this will be the number of pages. All right, so what's actually happening is we've got this. So if the destination page is less than 4, I'll delete all of this, and then we'll just return done. Is that we just need the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got the first arrow and then the second arrow. So if we go back onto here, and I'm going to hit refresh. So this one's still fine. This one, notice how we've got like the number 6th page and so forth like that. We'll fix this up in a second. And we've got the last page. Perfect. So that is fine. So we've done one end. If we click on 5, it's going to screw up on 5. But if we get to 4, it should be fine. But yeah, when we hit 5, we need to move everything down 1. I'm gonna probably do the ending one first. So very similar to 4 from the end. So if destination page plus 4 is actually destination page if it's greater or equal to this dot number of pages minus 4. So it's 4 from the end. We want to actually do something in here. So this is where we this is where we do something slightly different to this. So I'm just gonna copy this. I'm just gonna at end of pagination. So this will be the number of pages, and the text itself will quite literally be this dot number of pages. Cool. Now this will be that, and then we got that one. However, I want to copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of those. I'm just gonna clean that up. This will be this. And then we just need to go -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and then that will be -4. I don't know why I hit 5. We'll just pretend it didn't happen. And I did it again. Alright, so that should deal with the ends and so forth like that. So we've got something at the end that will deal with it. So if we hit refresh and we go all the way to the end, there we go, done. And then we can go all the way to the front. Now, if we hit 5, something happens. We now need to fix that up. So with the 5, we are... I'm just wondering what we could do. I mean, we could put this all in a loop. That's fine. I'm just wondering if we could potentially use something like this, but we've got... two on each side and stuff like that. All right. Otherwise, so destination, number of pages. In this particular case, we are just going to have text where it's like that. Okay, easy done. Number of pages, this text will be something like that. And then what we want to do is we kind of want to fill this out. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the first one will be the first page. This one will be the destination page. Now, I've just realized we haven't programmed this for the thousands and stuff like that. However, that being said, if someone's got 1,000,000 pages of data in NearBeach and they're going through all the pages like that, they really should be let me think. In reality, that's a lot of pages. They should be filtering. That's a ridiculous amount of pages. With that sort of pagination, not even anything good. It'll be fine. Considering we got up to 10,000 and stuff like that, if someone actually puts that bug in, I'll be like, holy hell, why do you have that much data in your instance? So destination page, -1. And this will be just this. It'll be destination. Actually, no, it won't be that. It will be. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're forgetting those two. Or I might have added an extra one there. Yeah, I did. That one's going to that. And that will be destination page +2. That will be -2. That will be -1. And that will be -1. I think, yeah, Yeah, that should do it. All right, let's hit refresh. I'm gonna bump this off to the right so you guys can see. So as you see, we can go, all right, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is working so far. I don't know how many pages there are. So we're just gonna go up by 2. Ooh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we've got off by 1 error up here. So this needs to be greater than that. Okay, easy done. We'll just fix it. So we're just going to refresh. We're going to go all the way to the end. So we're going to click on 49, 48, 47, 46. Boom, there it go. And now everything's in that sort of way, and we can go like that, and then we can flip to the end and so forth like that. Alright, I like that. Now the one problem is I'm getting the data really super quickly, so I am going to go into the network tab. I'm going to add on some terrible throttling. We're talking GPRS type of throttling here. And I'm just going to go to the first page. I should put on a loading screen. I feel like it would be better if there was something telling me that, hey, you have clicked on this. We're just processing it. Even though with very slow throttling, this isn't taking any time. How many milliseconds did this take? I can't tell on there. Just gotta move that out. Yeah, not long at all. I mean, it's visually you can see it and stuff like that. Okay, so in this sort of case, what do we want to do? New socks. Alright, what do I want to do? I want to definitely put on a little loading screen or something like that. Something to indicate that these are getting reloaded and stuff like that. So we're going to get Bootstrap. Let's see if there's like a loading placeholder or something like that. I mean, there is. And that could work. Something very quick we could potentially implement. I'm just going to grab one of these. Card text placeholder. So that's the first one. Card body placeholder glow. Yeah. I'm just going to grab them. We're just going to place them up here. So this is part of a card and stuff like that. So we've got the render stuff. That's all fun and would have to go down further. Alright, which means I've got to pass down a variable being like, hey, I've just made a change for you. However, I am passing the destination down. Might be something I can hook into. And Steffi, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I'm out of the sling, so yeah. We've also got Socks here. She's in her little bed. I'm just thinking how I'm going to solve a few issues. There's Socks. Sorry, the webcam's hard to move because it's squished in between two monitors. Alright, going. Quite in here today? Ah, fair enough. Or do you mean in yeah. It's because I had a small little break because of the shoulder. So every single time I have a break, I noticed I don't get many viewers on Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, I knew it was going to happen. It's fine. I will, you know, try and work towards it again. Yeah. All right. So we got that. I've mucked up my cube. I'm just gonna paste it here temporarily. So we've just got something there temporarily just to see it. I'm not gonna edit it properly. I'm gonna leave it there. We're gonna search. I'm gonna break every. Oh, I put it on throttling and I forgot to take it off. All right, stop. There we go. All right, so we do have something which we can put in place. All right, I do like that. So I'm just gonna undo that at the moment, and we've got render card object. So this is the search results. So we could potentially hijack this and be like, all right, cool, you are getting data, please wait. And I think with both visually having the pagination change and that show a user, those who are on a slow internet connection should be fine. Showed up all good again now. Getting there. So yeah, surgery was at the start of July. It's been 7 weeks now. 7 or 8. I forgot how many. How many weeks since July the 3rd, 2025? All right, that's 7 weeks and 1 day. There we go. So yeah, it's still got minor issues, but once again, these issues will resolve themselves. So I don't want to be like, oh, I've still got pain, because I know within a week it's going to get better, and that's fine by me. I'm looking at the silver lining here. So yeah. All right, cool. I've gone into the wrong one. I need to minimize that too. We want to go into source JavaScript components, and then we want to scroll down to the render part. So here's the render. So we got render object card. We're just going to have a quick look at it, see if this is plausible first. Then a continuously good recovery. Yeah, so considering I've had issues with it for 3 years, yeah, it's nice actually. Looking forward to having no issues. Actually having a shoulder that stays in place and isn't actually dripping down here. So yeah. Alright. So we've got methods. We've got that. Now I know we're gonna hit an ad break very soon. We've got the destination, Kanban. Oh yeah, that's just a temp translation. We'll be updating that in 032. But we've got a bunch of props in here, and I'm just wondering if this destination, no, it's not the destination that changes, it's the, yeah. So search results, so, and where do we get the search results here? Search results. All right, there are our ads. All right, for those on YouTube, we have ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads, but otherwise you don't get ads, and we do this so no one misses out on any content. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So yeah, we are slowly getting there. So yeah. All right. I'm just opening the queue very, very quickly. All right, how's it out? It's about 40 seconds left. What's the time? It is nearly 9 o'clock. All right, cool. I've got to clean up my whole house tomorrow now that I can actually do stuff, which is nice. So yeah. Hopefully everyone's going to have a lovely weekend. I am also looking at the stream rate, stream health, warning under a certain amount. It looks good for me at the moment. I've had my internet knocked out a couple of times this week, especially at night time. It's pissing me off. So yeah. Oh, we're back. All right, there was my little rant of the internet dropping out every now and then. So I want to do that. However, I don't. We've got a number of pages. We've got all of this stuff. However, we don't have search results. Yeah. Oop. Drop that. Now. What we've got to potentially do is we've got to do this smart. We know what values we're sending down and so forth like that. It's best to try and use what we can. Considering this card is probably being used in multiple different places. So we can see search results as being pushed down. What we could potentially do is, if there's no search results whatsoever, we could show that little loading. Yeah, that little loading section. And then what we could potentially do is, when we change the destination page, we actually update the, we can't though, because search results comes from above. Damn. Now there's a way around this. We can actually put this into a local variable and handle it that way and manipulate the local variable, and then when we do a page change, we instantly update that local variable, and then it processes the page change and all that kind of stuff, which is very plausible to do. That way we don't need to worry about sending stuff down. However, that being said, where is render object card used? Oops, I can't spell. It is used in dashboard unassigned objects. A lot of places. So yeah, it might be an idea to sort of implement that at the list search results. I reckon we could get away with this. And then it's easy to implement everywhere else. So what actually happens is we need a watch, and we need a deep watch too. So I need to go VueJS deep watch. Let's scroll down. I know I've done it before. Watch person, function handler, deep. All right, cool. So it'll be like that. So we'll have watch down here like so, and then we'll have search results. Yeah, let's just like that. Then we'll have handler, and then we'll have deep equals true, and with the handler we just go this dot local search results equals, and then we pass to the new value. So we'll have new value in here, and we'll just go new value like so. Easy done. Now I just need the data down here, so that'll be local. Oops, not location. Local search result. It's going to be like that. So what we do up here now is we pass through the local results up here. So instead of search results, we'll have local search results. Now I'm going to cheat a little bit. I just want to see this actually work. I'm going to undo that. That's fine. This is going to make stuff not render on the page, but it gives us a baseline for our test. So if I hit render that, now module build failed, cannot read property of null. Reading content. Ooh. So we've got local search results. Local search results. That should be going down into here, which if we scroll down, we should have search results. And yeah, that should be like that. Is it failing because I don't have any protection around this? If that is the case, we can quickly fix that. Because we've got the object card list, we can do a VF on top of that. And I think that might be, oh no, I just needed to wait a little bit longer, that's all. All right, so nothing is showing. That is great. What I want to do is I want to go to the pagination, not the pagination. That can be shut. That can be shut now. So can that. I want to nick this again. Oh, sorry, my arm. And I want to just paste it in. We're not going to do any work with it. We're just going to paste it in and see what happens. So going back over into the search, we'll literally just got to wait for it to compile this time. So we got something like that. That's kind of cool. All right. And then... So be like that, and then, okay, I think this is very, very plausible to actually do. Now, just wondering if we're doing number of rows purposely. So we get data from the back end. So actually it hits the back end and gets some data. So it is 5 rows and stuff like that. I could potentially add in 5 rows into there. Yeah, I like that idea. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to set this up. So we're going to have another div. Actually, this is going to be at the very end. So 1, 2, 3. That will be 7. We want to go, oh, not all the way then down. We want to go down here. So we're just going to go loading state. We want div. Essentially, it's going to be like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to copy that. So instead of doing that, we're actually going to go VF search results.length equals nothing. All right, so it's only going to appear in this specific case, and I'm just wondering if we're going to do 5 or 1? Part of me says do 1. Yeah, part of me says do 1. We'll see what 1 looks like. So I'll just delete those. And then what we want to do is we want to get this placeholder stuff, the glow in there. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to copy all of it again. Why not? So we've got the details. We're just going to paste that into there. We don't need a lot of this, because once again, this is just the placeholder stuff. We're just going to make sure it works. So I'm just going to hit refresh. Oh, it's not showing. Oh no. All right, the view, let's have a look. Gonna bump this off to the left so you guys can see what's happening. Oh, hydration. All right, that's down here. Then we have object detail. We won't need the link or the description or anything like that. And then the status. Oh, we have details and status, don't we? Yeah, all right. I might yank that. Oh, I might be doing something even stupid. Give me a second. All right. So there's the end of the p tag. There's that end tag. If I'd not ended the divs correctly, and that's why everything's screwing up. All right, let's have a look. We've got a hydration issue. Render object card. All right, give me a couple more seconds. Let's figure this out. So I'm just going to do that. That big div should be for the object list. And then I'm just going to hit render. There we go. All right, cool. I think I might need a new if statement and stuff like that in there. That's fine. We'll do that in a second. So as you see, we've got something set up, kind of like that. I like it. It's simple. Okay, yeah. All right. That should give me. It's giving me. Yeah. All right. All right. I'm gonna fix this up very, very quickly. So that will be that, and then we're fine, and then we go straight into that. Can we do an if? If search results dot length is greater than 0, maybe that will work. Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our watch. I'm going to untick this. So now data will be fed back through. And what I'm going to have a look at is trying to adjust that little placeholder. Yeah, oh, all right, it didn't do anything then. Search results. Oh, I need to do something like that. Otherwise, I could just click on that and it'll be fine. However, also at the same time, I don't want this disappearing. So I'm going to give it an always true statement like that. That's yeah. Okay, so we're going to refresh that. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, so we've got the div. We've got the object card details. I'm going to actually put in the object card status also in there too. So we've got the details, we've got the status. All right. Cool. So we're just going to hit reload. Don't like that. Why is that? Why is that down? The status. Okay. Definitely don't like that. But that's fine. So that does 12. That goes all the way across. I think a 2. And then a 12. What if that's a 1? And then get rid of the thing on the right. So we had a 1 and a 12. Gonna hit refresh. I think that's a good reference. Ow, sorry, my shoulder. Good representation of that. All right. I like that. And then when we change stuff, okay, this is gonna look actually good. So we've got all that now. By default, this will always be like this because we'll feed the data through instantaneously. This is only when we actually change stuff. So when we actually change stuff, so change the page, update the number of pages, set the this.local search results equals nothing. By definition, that has to happen at the top, so default search results to nothing. Admit the search change, and then apply the new set of pages. That's pretty cool. So we go back over here, we're just going to hit refresh. Now I'm going to bump this off to the right. I've just got the console open just in case something happens. View prod hydration mismatch details is not explicitly defined. You are running EMS building the builder, which expects compile time feature flags to be globally injected via the bundle in order to. All right. Yeah, sure. That pops up anyway. All right. So we're going to go down here, and I'm going to limit. We're to throttle to very slow. So we hit a 2. Yeah, notice how it jumps down. So I've solved this before. I don't like this, because if this happens really, really fast, it's just going to be a flash and you'll be like, what the hell is that? It doesn't look nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to record the height of this. And we've done it before. Height. BFB font file. I never did that. It's in the view. I'm actually just going to mask this by just the view itself. Alright, cool. So vbind height equals height. No, that's perfectly fine. We've got the height. No, that's the inits and all that kind of stuff. The height. Now, carbon drag vertical. No, that's not what I want. These are all icons. Is this it? New Kanban link wizard. I think this is it. So what we've done is we've got a data point being like, all right, cool, here's the style height. It's set at that. We might just have this as an integer. I think I do a bunch of stuff with this. So the idea is we grab the current height of the page. When we go to search, we set it to that, and then once the search is finished, yes. Alright, cool. Style height. So let's find out where I modify it. So set the style height as nothing. Yeah, that's it. Response. Yeah, alright, cool. So we're going to get objects. We've got the style height. We set it as nothing. In the next tick, we do it with the client height. So selected links.client height. Where is selected links? Selected links is document get ID. Alright, cool. Cool. Well, the thing is, I'm wondering if we can get the current object. Wondering if we can get this. So VueJS get current DOM object. Ref attribute. All right, let's see if that VueJS ref. So, input ref, while Vue's declarative rendering model abstracts away most of the direct DOM operations for you, there may be some cases where we need to direct access to the underlying DOM element, which is what we want at the moment. We actually want to go, all right, how big is this element before we change everything? Cool, we're going to set that as the max, as the current max height. As the current height. And once it's all done, we just move it on. So ref is a special attribute similar to the key attribute for alright, it allows us to obtain a direct reference to a specific DOM element or child component instance after it's mounted. Alright, sweet. So mount this input focus, and then so $ref. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. I am going to put in, when we actually do the change page, we're going to go simple console log this $refs. Okay, so we're just doing that. I want to see what actually happens. We're going to save. We're going to turn off the throttling, because I don't think I can download 2 megabytes in time. So we've got this. I've got a console log. I'm just going to click open that. We've got a prototype object, but there's nothing in it. Constructor has own properties, property of string. Yeah, all right. I wonder if, so there's the input in it. We put ref dot equal. Oh, all right. Child view, child unit. So child ref equals. All right. So what I want to do. Scroll up to the top. I'm going to do that. Search card. Search. Yeah, this is listing the cards. Yeah. All right. Cool. Incoming outbreak. Oh, Jesus, has it been that long already? All right. I didn't realize. So we're waiting a couple of seconds. We're going to hit refresh. I'm going to. Ooh, we've got something now. So I'm going to bump this off to the left. I'm going to store it into that. We're just going to go temp0.target. Undefined. Sorry, it's there. All right. So we've now got that data. So if I there we go. I'm going to set that as that. If we go temp1 dot not element node, not data set. What is it again? There is a way in JavaScript to actually find out the height of something. All right, just wait. JavaScript element height. Offset height. All right, cool. Let's go offset height. All right, so if we can get to that object, this will be great. So this is where we just do a bunch of console sort of stuff. So we go refs dot search card and then offset height. That's what I want. And then we're just gonna wait a little while. I'm gonna go refresh 609 and then 609 and then perfect. All right, cool. So what we want to do is we're going to add in a style class up here, but we're going to vbind it, and we're going to call it card class. Easy done. We're going to go down into the data and we're going to have card class, and at the start we don't need it to equal anything. That's perfectly fine. So when start this process, what we want to do, update the card class so the so the card does not collapse. So this dot card class equals, so it's going to have a style and we're going to have a height. This is actually going to be like this. We're going to go height, and we're going to do something like that and have pixels, and then it'll be this $refs dot search card dot offset height, and then that should be part of the solution. The next solution here is we've got a new search result. So update search results. And then what we want to do is we want to remove the forced styling. Easy done. And we've just reached ad breaks. So yeah, we don't get to find out if it works just yet. So yeah, get in there, get in there. I'm surprised I'm still going tonight. So yeah, I am trying to get back into streaming. So yeah. Alright, I've got the Rubik's Cube. I'm just going to do something like that. Alright, almost done. Just got to get the top done. Alright, cool. Easy done. Alright, about 20 seconds left for the ads. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get those done soon. I need another haircut soon too. It's been a couple of months too. So, been putting that one off too. Alright, welcome back. So let's test it out. Let's hit refresh. Let's, sorry, I was meant to move that to the other side. So let's move that to the right. Let's add in some throttling. So we're going to go some throttling and we're going to go to, this.card class is not a function. Someone forgot the equals. Alright, simple mistake. I got the throttling back on. No. Alright, disable throttling because that's going to take forever. Now we put the throttling on. Alright. Not what I wanted, because it does move the numbers up. Alright. How can I fix this up? I think there's going to be a simple solution. I think because we've got the card body and everything's in the card body, I think we need to put it on here. And Lotex FF, welcome. Hi, how are you going? So I'm going to put the ref here, search card. I'm going to see if that... I hate when that happens. There we go. I'm going to see if that works. I'm 50% positive that that will be fine there and we can get access to it like that. So I've just realized I put the throttle back on. This will actually take a while to sort of transfer to 2 megabytes. Oh, at the moment 7. Yeah, I can't complain at all. So yeah, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. I am fixing up a couple of issues, so yeah. I am... Oh, alright, I don't think that worked then. Let's throttle. Yeah, it didn't work. Alright, damn it. Now, the other way we can do this is using Flexbox. So if we inspect this, we've got an object list in here. And then what we want to do is have a Flexbox. Now, I'm just wondering, what actually happens is if we put stuff... yeah, sorry, I'm just having a quick think. Sorry. Okay. I've got a couple of solutions in my head. And I think each one is quite good. So I could do a flex box, but the one thing is we'll have 3 items in there when it's in that sort of loading stage. We'll have the heading, we'll have the placeholder card, and then we'll have... No, we won't actually. I am looking at this wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4 under the card body. Alright, I think I've got an idea. Flex box, single item at end. How do you align a single, use the line item property, Right, because if we use flexbox, we can sort of put stuff up the top, and I'm just wondering if we can have, I think it's like, there's something we can put, a class, an attribute we can put to put something at the very end. So if we justify, yep, alright, cool. Yep. Align items, yep, like that, yeah, but if we just want one, and I know we do this. We do this when we put something on the right, but I want something on the bottom. Flexbox, item on bottom. Yeah, like that, we want that. Not quite what I want. I was hoping there was a class for it. Align self. Oh. Alright, let's play around with this. So, Steffi, margin left, auto margin, alright, the one you want. Alright, auto margins. Ooh, alright, sweet, cheers, thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I am going to go into here. I am going to make some changes. The first change is we need to go down into the data. What was the height? It was... Ooh, I can't spell. Is, let's do 609 pixels. Easy done. And then we're just commenting out that. Actually, no, we don't need to comment out that. We just need to, where's our data? We just need to make that like that. All right, cool. So let's hit refresh. I've got the throttle on. I keep doing that. All right, so we got that. If I select that, I'm going to move the CSS to the left. So I'm going to collapse a couple of these so you can see what's happening. So it's this. Oh God. I can zoom in again, finally. So it's this card body that we want to deal with. Now it's this last one which we want at the bottom. All right, I'm just going to do it on the element itself. So margin, and then what we want is, it goes from the top, so auto. And then auto, 0 and auto. And I don't think that quite works just yet, even though the card body is like all of that. All right, not a problem. All this is, card body is flex. All right, myself. flex end. Okay, not align self. No. Try display grid. Display inline grid. No, alright. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna refresh. So we're back here. So this display flex, flex direction column, margin bottom is 2 rem. All right, cool. If we actually have the what was it? Space? No, it was. Space around. Alright, no. Because we do have the space. Right. Yeah, we need a lot of yeah, that's. I mean, mathematically, I can do this. So we can find out the height of the thing and be like, all right, cool. It needs to be X amount away from that. Yeah, we can figure this out. However, I kind of want to do this in CSS so the system does it. I don't want to set two styles and have to make sure it works on all different platforms and stuff like that. All right. All right, so container. Display flex, this one is, and then align self with the button at the end. All right, let's see the JS fiddle. All right, I don't have any JavaScript. Where's the result? I'm just gonna hit run. And Tikus, how are you? So, let me move that to the right. So we've got this here, and the idea being is we kind of want it at the bottom. Now, the one problem is with on this on the card body, we've got 1, 2, 3 already existing items. We can't use space between or anything like that without shoving these into a div, and I don't want to do that because then you just got so many divs just to solve this problem. I just want to know if it's possible to move this so it's at the bottom. Now, we can do it with math because we'll know the exact height of this. We'll know the exact height of this. We'll also know the exact height of this. What we can do is we can go, all right, cool. We'll add in a margin of a value which we can easily calculate and just shove it at the bottom. And then once everything loads in, we'll get rid of that. Yeah, it doesn't. I'll show you. So here we are. I can just type in auto and it just bumps up to the top right at the top right next to that item. And I want to bump it all the way down. Now I know that the card body is a flex 1 auto. Maybe I have to play around with some of that. Yeah, this should be a flex box. If you have flex already on the card body, check the height 100% and align the eye. All right, let's try that. So I'll just refresh. So you're saying card body, height 100%. Easy done. If you have flex already on the card body, check the height and align items flex end. Flex end. Now that's all right. We want this as a column, so it should be flex. Now I'm just ruining stuff. What the? So. Hang on. This might be a bootstrap thing. Flex end. They might have a class for it. Flex item, third item, flex item, flex. All right, cool. Yep. Now with the third one, they've got to do. Yeah, not what I want. I don't know how I did that. Flex end. So, response variations, D, yep, that's all fine, and dandy. Okay. Bootstrap, 5, single item, send. Alright, cool. Do they really have that? Let's find out. Let's hit refresh. Let's. I think the AI might be hallucinating, but we'll try it out. Now, navbar needs a class. I use Max all day, so I get the shortcuts mixed up all the time. It is great fun. Nope. Okay. So we've got the card body, which by default should have flex on it. Yeah. Now I'm just playing with classes, putting them in, being like, all right, do these work? Please work. Okay, Okay, justify end. Where would that be in this list here? All right. All right, justify content has no effect on this element. See, there's neither a flex container nor a grid container. Try adding display grid, display flex. And then that happens and it crunches up into one little horrible object. All right. I guess I just have to do it mathematically. So we've got the card body. Essentially, I've got to grab that, but it'll be different between mobile and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, time to think out of the box. So, what I could potentially do is it the search card where, I think it's the card body that we're actually doing the height to. Let's go back into the code. Let's scroll all the way up. So card search. So yeah, it's part of that. Now, if we actually have a look in Bootstrap and we type in card and how they work, they've got a footer. So they've both got a header and a footer. In this sort of case, with the search functionality, we could be using a header. I think it might be. Is there a reason why I'm not using a header? Let's play around with it. Let's start adding in the header and the footer. And I think this will just solve our problem. It might make it look a little bit nicer too. That is something which we do want to sort of head towards next. So this is the search, this is the card search card. So we would need to key this in like this. I'm just putting this in temporarily. Where did we have the ref again? That wasn't in here. Yeah, we had the ref somewhere. Did I get rid of the ref? Yeah, I did search card. Yeah. I'll put it there and it didn't work. So we'll put it against this, but first let's see how that looks. I think I should start using the header everywhere and not what I've done here. Yeah, alright, cool. Ooh. Okay, so we put that up there, and then the nav, what I can do is I can just cheat and I'll be like, oh no, div. There we go. And then we do that there, and there's the card body, there's the card footer. I think this will definitely be a better solution. So I'm just waiting a couple of seconds. There it goes. So now if I move that to the right, I do see one thing that is really annoying me at the moment. I don't know why the nav bar no, we needed that. Why do I have a massive margin at the bottom? That is, if I go margins, I think M0, M hyphen 0. There we go, that's looking a lot better. Okay, so card footer, we've got that, vbind, navbar, justify, alright, cool, and M0, sweet, so it'll slot in there very, very nicely. And then if we hit refresh, everything just, it looks a little bit better. I can get, I feel like getting rid of that, but I think I need it because it's used somewhere else. That's the problem. Because yeah, these cards are used elsewhere, and I do have headers for them and stuff like that. And I'm just like, alright, so... Oh, that hurt then. Hang on a minute. If I go into here, header to... I could potentially pass down, include header and stuff like that. And thank you very much for the follow, Salvador48AJ. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Import variables.header does not equal nothing. I think we'll show it. So yeah, hello. Hopefully you're going well. And then what I'm going to do is where we call this, we can pass down a nothing header and this will disappear. So I think that is a good solution for this as we neaten this up. So I need to actually go into not the listing search results because we actually get them from somewhere else. And I'm trying to remember if we got a, I think it's the search object is the higher class. You're doing well, that's good to hear. And you, how's the work? Yeah, I can't complain. We're just neatening up a few things and making a few improvements and so forth like that. We're wrapping up the 0.31 branch. So hopefully in 2 months, I know I have to push this back. Hopefully in 2 months, we will essentially be wrapping it up and starting the new branch, in which case we're going to fix quite a lot of things, especially the UI, because I know the UI sucks. So yeah, it is definitely something I want to fix. So the header here, I'm just going to remove these requests for change, requirements, all of that is fine. All objects. Yep. Alright, cool. That should work. So if we go refresh now, we don't have any of that, which is nice. Let's get this fixed up. So in this one, we now need to go into the data. We need to fix this one up. We need to go this.search results. So we got the local search results, which we can mutate. Cheers, thank you very much, Salvador. So yeah, we've it's slow progress. Let's just say that. All right, so we've now got this work. I need to get rid of the height, the permanent height fixture. So that will get rid of that. If I hit refresh, we're down to this. I'm now going to throttle. So we're going to go really, really slow. So if I hit a 2, almost. Oh, I think, oh, we might be excluding the margins. Alright. Okay, I can close all of those now. Still a noob at programming. I just started learning Python. Well, fair enough. Don't worry about being a noob. We were all once there. I'm still learning about things. And it's been 8 years in just web dev. I was using Python. Alright, I was using Python a bit over 10 years ago now. Still, I've got a lot to learn and stuff like that. So yeah, don't worry about it. Alright, so we don't want the full one, or maybe we do want the yeah, let's try that. I don't know if this will work. We're just experimenting, talking about what we don't know. I'm just experimenting with this right now, and that's a good thing. Experiment. If something doesn't work out, hey, it's an experiment, and that's fine. Oh, I've got the throttle on again. Keep doing this to myself. No throttle. Stop. Reload. All right, now we've got to put on the throttle because this loads way too fast. Perfect, and that's what we want. So when you click these, nothing is moved, and then when it actually reloads, it does that down. All right, cool. So my next sort of thing to kind of fix that, because that is really annoying having it just collapse suddenly, is to all right, bootstrap animation on shrinking card. Okay, no, that's probably, I probably put in the wrong words. Let's just go bootstrap animation. Let's see what actually happens. Options. This is old documentation. All right, let's get bootstrap. Well, that's placeholders. We've got that in now. We want things to yeah, so the idea is, and I don't know how to do this, I do believe potentially CSS is when we got a card that's going to shrink or card that is going to grow, we want to put an animation on it so that way it doesn't snap. To do scale. All right, to animate, we don't want to animate. CSS stop resize snapping. I can't type. I can't prevent the end of my animation from. All right. All right. How to prevent animation? No, I don't want to. How to prevent, and I don't want scroll snapping. That's probably the wrong word. Animation resize smoothly. All right. Transition properly. All right, let's just copy that. We'll modify it. I'm just going to shove it in straight away. So we've got the card body that changes. So we're just going to have style equals, and I'm just going to paste that in. So we've got transition. I don't need the width. we've got height 0.5 seconds, ease in, ease out. All right, let's try it. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll find out. I've got the throttling on, but considering with the GPRS with the 50 kilobytes per second, that's pretty okay. Yeah, didn't do it. Okay. It's probably something I can't do. However, I know I've seen it done before. Alright, oh. How's that getting above? Huh, alright, no, it's not on that. Well, it might not be. Yeah, it is done on that. So I'm just having a look at something. It's probably that. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I probably don't know how to do this. I want to ask you, so I have a Python course, started learning it since 2 days, but to be honest, I don't know if it'll be a good start for me. Like, I know the key is the practice, but I just want to know if the course is useful stuff or not. Can I send the course content to you? Can give me an opinion about it. I need break time, not now. I do have a Discord. It depends what. This isn't going to be yes, no answer because there's a lot of context that I don't know. It depends what you want to do. So if you wanted to get into, let's say, data science, be a data scientist or something like that, then, and the course was on web development, then most likely not. If it's teaching you the very, very basics, like the fundamentals of Python, then yes, I would say it's potentially useful. However, it shouldn't be the only thing you should be relying on. My recommendation is to play around with it. So if you learn something, play around with what you've learned. So for example, if you've learned for loops, while loops and stuff like that, just play around with it. See what you can do with those particular loops and so forth like that. For example, there's a difference between for and while loops. There's an old meme. Here we go. It's showing on the wrong side. Let's see if it. Facebook. No. Sorry, I should have read that. All right, let's open up Reddit. So, for example, there might be a difference in languages where you've got something like this, where, there's just minor differences that you don't expect. Yeah, it learns Python from the basics. I'm in the server in which the channel, should I send it? I think general. I don't think I have a programming help channel. General's fine. Now that I think about it, do I actually have a... I don't have many channels. Yeah, general's fine. I don't have a... Got bug reports, no, that's all NearBeach stuff. I do have a coding channel, if you wanted to send it in that, but yeah, general's perfectly fine. That's fine. So yeah, that's my recommendation. Once you learn something, play around with it, see what you could do with it. Yeah, I know at the start you'll be learning stuff like for loops, while loops, if statements, functions, setting up classes, printing, doing basic calculations, and stuff like that. My other recommendation is to look at the sort of Python-ness of Python. Weird Python behavior. So there's some unexpected, this happens with every single language. So there's sometimes some unexpected behavior. For example, not two as you might expect. I expect 1 and 2. Because you add item. Anyway, that's a weird one. But yeah, have a look at sort of unexpected behavior and stuff like that. I'm a CS student in my 2nd year, but I want to go deep in app programming and web development. Oh, nice. Fair enough. When you say app programming, do you mean like for mobile phones, desktop? Cause for desktop. Okay, cool. I don't know if Python does desktop applications. Python is a language for developing desktop applications, frameworks and libraries and stuff like that. You can. All right, yeah, PyQt. All right, cool. And stuff like that. I haven't used any of this stuff before. Back in the day, I used Qt, and we're talking like 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Sorry. So yeah, I used Qt back in the day, which is C++, but nowadays you've got .NET, which does a lot of desktop applications and stuff like that. Also web applications. Sorry, not .NET, C#, but .NET is the web application stuff for things. With the Python, you've also, I use Django. The only reason why I use Django is because I looked up Python web framework. It was the first one that appeared. I tried the tutorial, and by the end of the tutorial, I was like, I can build my thing with this. However, there is also Flask for web programming too. So that's an option. I have a friend who's used Flask, and I trust his judgment on it. So I'm like, yep, I would recommend it if he does. So yeah, you will learn Selenium, Beautiful Soup, Request, Flask, Pandas, NumPy. Yep. All right, cool. So Selenium's great for sort of web scraping, or if you want automating part of your job, which is how I got into Python. Beautiful Soup, I keep forgetting what it is. I think I've used it. I can't type tonight. Documentation. It's for pulling data out of HTML. Yep. All right. And it's been ages since I've used that, so yeah. Pandas, yes, I've used Pandas every now and then. NumPy, yep. I haven't used SkyKit. or Plotly I know of. I haven't used matplotlib. So yeah, a lot of that. You got some web development in there. So Flask is web development. Selenium is used. I used it to not only scrape the web but also automate part of my job. So not my current job though. Actually no, I've used it once in my current job. We had to go and click save on a button on a bunch of pages. So yeah, I did do that. So great for automating stuff. You'll learn automation, game app, and web development, data science, and machine learning, all using Python. Nice. So yeah, and hello, man, bravo, sorry, not bravo, man, brave. Welcome. How are you going? So yeah, another thing I will recommend is, now this is up to you when you want to do this. I'm a I can't speak. I can only learn one programming language at a time, but I use multiple languages now because I've learned Python, I've learned C, I've learned .NET or C# and stuff like that. My recommendation is do actually look at other languages and learn them. The reason being is they might do something differently, they might have different ideas. It's also not as hard to learn your second language. So your first language, alright, so this is just the count of your languages. This is the hardness difficulty. So your first language that you learn, I'm going to do this in a different color because, you know, blue. Your first language is going to be as hard as possible. Your second language, not so much. Your third language, yeah, whatever. Your fourth language, yeah, whatever. It sort of tapers off down here. A lot of the knowledge from here is transferable knowledge. And the more languages you learn, you essentially start, you just start looking at the syntax and stuff like that to get, yeah. I'm just playing some Dota 2 and doing some college studies. Nice. Yeah, but I want to focus first at Python, and then when I'll be good at it, I'll go to another. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Do it at your own pace. You don't need to learn multiple languages at once. I can't. I suffer when I do that. So yeah, but my recommendation is once you're happy with Python, have a look at other languages. Yeah. And my other recommendation is just build something. It doesn't need to be big. It can be something really, really small. A project which will probably take you an hour or two at maximum. And then build another thing, and then build another thing. And then after a while, look back at that first thing and think, because you would have learnt quite a bit, look back at it and be like, oh, I can build this better. I like to tell people to do that because you kind of forget where you started and your progress, and having a look back at your older projects and being like, I can build that better, and then building it better. Yeah, it does reinforce that you have learnt a lot and you have come a long way. And hell, NearBeach has been rebuilt quite a lot. So back in August 2020, I deleted 95% of the code. I should have deleted 100%. That 5% still haunts me to this day. So yeah. Alright, that was just me rambling. Yeah, so I don't think I can do anything about the size snap. Not yet, at least. I can ask someone at work. Yeah, alright, cool. Not a problem. We tried something out, didn't quite work. We're like, yeah, that's fine. So we've got this search stuff looking so much better now. Now, there's probably a reason why I don't have the header. Then again, it's in the list search results, so should be fine. That being said, I am going to have a quick... Oh, I've got the throttle on. Alright, let's stop and refresh. There we go. I'm just going to jump into one of these. We're going to scroll all the way down. There is... Yeah, that one's fine. It's a linked object, I think, which we're... No, we're using something different. And that looks... I need space there. Alright, that's a bug. Yep. Take a screenshot. Alright, cool. Copy. Sweet. Alright, cool. Gonna have to paste that. Give me a couple of seconds, sorry. This would be new task link wizard. Large titles will press up against checkbox. Alright, cool. Please note we are linking an object to another object. Alright, cool. The title is rather large and thus is squeezing out all the space for the checkbox, making it hard for the user to see. And this is just a UI UX bug. This is just a normal sort of bug. This would be in submitted. I can solve that at another date. This is UI UX. There we go. We're not going to put through a version at the moment. But yeah, that is something I would want to fix. Do you try Linux before? I have Ubuntu as my main OS, just to focus myself to code more and stop playing games. Well, gaming on Linux is really easy nowadays. I've been using Ubuntu is I'm pretty vanilla with my Linux choices. Ubuntu is my go-to. I've been using Linux since I was 16, and that's well over 2 decades ago. So yeah, yeah. I remember when I would be like, yeah, no, I use Linux, and people would be like, what the hell is that? I was quite happy when I was doing maths that both MATLAB and Maple actually ran on Linux, which was like, oh, this is amazing. So yeah, how far Linux has come. So yeah. So yeah. I like Linux, but it's still not there for me as daily drive. Fair enough. Mostly because of the software, but for backend server stuff, Linux is amazing. Yeah. I used to do a bit of Linux system admin. Not so much anymore. I do kinda, but not as much as my last job. But yeah, no, I used to have a web server at home set up. So yeah, I was on a Raspberry Pi and I was building NearBeach at the time, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was customizing Hyperland and NeoVim on it for a bit. I added some apps to the terminal. Fair enough. I don't customize as much as I used to, mainly because I just don't have time. So that's it. Alright, I'll go with the default. I'll be vanilla for a while. So yeah, that's the other reason why. Like when I need to use Adobe and Linux doesn't have Creator Cloud, etc. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that is a good reason. So yeah, I very rarely use Photoshop or something like that. However, the only time I actually do use it, I use it on my work computer, which is a Mac. So yeah. However, I use, for my photography, I use Darktable. So yeah, for me, I don't choose apps like this, like Google Chrome and the IDE. Yeah. But yeah, no, getting Adobe on Linux, no, not worth it. Too hard to run. I think. HQ. I can't type tonight. I swear to you, there is something wrong. Let's have a look at Photoshop. I'm still using Bugzilla. We used to run Bugzilla. Let's just hit browse. Adobe Photoshop. The site is not the newest. All right, I'll close that one. Garbage. Yep, 3. Oh, they stopped here. All right, cool. Yeah, let's just say it's garbage. I'm exploring the idea of Linux as a base OS with hypervision for non-Linux stuff, though. Fair enough. Yep. I use Litris rather than Wine. It works well. Oh, fair enough. I have not used Litris before. I don't use many applications that don't run natively on Linux. Now, there is big asterisks right there. This is, of course, excluding any gaming stuff, which gets run through Proton on Steam. With Windows getting more and more invasive, that it's becoming a more and more appealing trajectory. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, I'm going to snooze the ad break for a little bit. So, yeah, I don't have Windows installed anywhere in my house. Because I was going to install it on this main computer, as in like a, I've got another 2 terabyte hard disk in there that's like screwed into the motherboard. It's not being used. And I was going to install Windows on that, just so on the odd occasion there is a game I want to play that I can't play. So, for example, Diablo 4. However, every single time I go, and I've got legit copies of Windows, every single time I go to try and install it, it just doesn't want to. And I'm just like, all right, cool, you can't find my hard drives, all right. And it's been, when did I get this computer? Was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? I think 2 years ago, maybe, I think 2 years ago, when Baldur's Gate 3 came out. A Mac for business, Windows for gaming, and Linux stuff for servers. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I've got Mac for work. I also got a personal M1, like a, what was it, a PowerPoint, M1 Pro, for my personal, just as a personal laptop and stuff like that. So yeah, I like the battery life. I'll just say that. Windows is funny with that. I need an extra drive on my USB hub for it to recognize M2, and I think that's it. I think that's what I've got. I honestly think that's what I have. Yeah, I got one of these strapped right into the motherboard. Not that particular brand, and it's 2 terabytes. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll spend the money because I know I'll use that space. All right, cool. So I need an extra drive on the USB hub for it to recognize. All right, cool. I will go through that process. All right, ad break in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Ad breaks in 5. I was thinking to dual boot Windows with Ubuntu, but I don't think I'll use it. Yeah, it'll be like me. I'll probably just not use it. And it'll just sit there, and every single time I know I'm going to game with friends on a game where I have to use Windows, I'll have to boot it up a couple of hours beforehand and let it go through the update process. So, yeah. It will need an extra driver on the USB bootable Windows install. Oh, my God. All right, cool. Cheers. Thank you very much for this. So that you can tell Windows, hey, driver is here. It's dumb. Yes. All right. Cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's had this issue, but you would think with something that's been out for a couple of years and I downloaded their latest iOS, I am so sorry, they would have this fixed. Because I love these little solid drives. My computer just boots up. It's so great. I once had a brownout whilst I was streaming, and it was enough to kick off the computer, but not enough to kick off the network, which was great. So the computer went down, network stayed up. I was backing up and running within like the 60 seconds that they give you. So yeah, it's awesome. You would think being a multi-billion-dollar company that this would work out of the box, yeah, but nope, they make things easy. Why? Well, you know, early Linux got away with it, so they're like, you know what, we're gonna make things hard now. So, yeah. Alright, ooh. Well, there's a lot of... Oh, I've assigned a lot of stuff and I haven't added pagination to this particular functionality yet. So yeah, that will actually occur. So yeah, that's just the dashboard. I should actually make a note. It's an API thing. We're moving. So most of the calls in the system will probably be moving to an API, and the reason being is we've had a couple of people be like, "Hey, listen, we want to set up external sort of stuff and so forth like that." So a lot of the calls were moving to API. What's user experience? Never heard of it, bro. So I am going to put that in as... I'm going to put it in as a bug report just because it is something that reminds me to do it. So, pagination. Not paginations. I can't spell or speak today, or right. It is getting late for me. So yeah, I've had way too much caffeine today. That's why I'm running it. Why I'm going a little bit longer than usual. So currently, if a user has a lot of objects assigned to them, the dashboard is a very long / tall screen. We will need to implement a pagination system into all the API dashboard calls. Alright, cool. I think that's actually, let's just do the good old take a screenshot. Let's say full page. That's gonna be like a really big picture. Oh. And let's just paste it down here. They have the most used OS in the world and they can't fix a small bug. Yeah. Since they bought Canonical. Have they bought Canonical? Oh god. And we've got a giant question. There we go. It just took a little while. This is just going to be a normal bug. It'll be assigned to me. This will be UI UX, definitely UI UX. We will actually put it into the 0.32 RC1. So I want to actually have this solved before we do the first RC release of 0.32. Which yeah, I'm now getting excited because, you know, we're getting there slowly. 2 months. Alright. I have to look this up. So the Canonical, you know, it was founded by Mark Shuttleworth, product services, okay. I don't know how to find any of this business stuff anyway. Not sure if it went through, but they're all trying to. Alright, cool. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. This is complete and utter news for me. Oh, and we've just hit an ad break. I don't know if everyone's on ads, but I tend to do this during the ad time, so no one misses out on any content. For those on YouTube, you don't get any ads, so don't worry about it. You just see me here just rambling at this time. Way too much caffeine, end of the day. I need to burn all that energy. So yeah. How's everyone going? For those not in ads. So yeah. Don't worry if you're on Twitch and don't get ads. There's a number of reasons why. So we found out in January there was a bunch of New Zealanders who weren't getting ads because no one wanted to advertise to them. Well, poor Kiwis. So way too much caffeine, no such thing. Oh yes, for me, yes. It's a low dose of 2 cups. I'm one of those people where caffeine is super effective. It is awesome stuff for me. However, it's way too effective, and I love the taste of coffee. However, I can't have more than 1 cup. And today I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have some more. I need to function. Yeah, I need it to function. Oh, fair enough. See, I still get the headaches if I don't have my 1 cup of coffee or equivalent. I can get away with a cup of tea, like a caffeinated cup of tea, and not get the headaches. But yeah, I just need 1 cup of coffee. So it's to the point that if I have a cup of coffee after 10 a.m., I'm having problems sleeping. So yeah. Sometimes you have 2 to 3. Oh wow, depending how much you need to get done. Yep. Lucky. I do love the taste. So yeah. But I like to sleep too. Alright, so in here, I'm just going to click a random thing in here. We're just going to go down. I'm just double checking these are working. We might move all of this. Hang on. Those are dialogues. That's fine. We might move this one. No, I want to fix the UI for this too. Thankfully, it doesn't interrupt your sleep. Oh, that's good. I think my body is just adjusted. Fair enough, or you metabolize it a lot faster than I do. Yeah, oops. I didn't want to click that one. I wanted to inspect this. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just moved on. Okay, and then we need pagination here too. All right. This one won't be a big image or anything like that. That'll be like that. And then we go into here, we're just going to put in new issues. Sorry, I'm just finding all these little tiny bugs. Hopefully I get to this in September, but the idea is I've got an NAS where I've got NearBeach set up. I've got a couple of laptops, which I can absolutely hammer NearBeach. To the point where I want to see what happens if I start using NearBeach on a slow network and actually logging all the potential issues, especially sorry, let me the reason why I want to do this instead of using throttle is it kind of shows sort of real life what could happen, because you're essentially replicating what could happen. And stuff like with the pagination, what we were working on tonight, where you change the thing, we have it set like that, we have something loading in, being like, hey, something's gonna happen, just bear with us, and then, yeah. All right, summary. This would be customer. Pagination needs to be applied to the associated objects. I know I spelled that wrong. All right, cool. So, if there are a lot of objects associated to a current customer, the page is too long to scroll. Alright, easy done. This is normal, not a biggie. This is submitted, this is assigned to me. This is part of UI, UX. We won't put a version on it at the moment. It might be one of the things that we do fix. I feel like we should, this should be, it might not be. We'll have a look at it, because it might be one of those things where we're like, it will be better to fix it when we implement the API calls, because the API calls will have pagination built into them. Yes. It also depends how we actually call the user and all that kind of fun stuff. I'll have to think about it. It's one of those things, yeah, I'll have to think about. All right. I am looking at the time, it's almost 10:30. Let's do a release, because I'm actually happy with the search results. That's actually looking really, really good. And we've fixed, technically we've fixed actually another bug. In here, I know we had a search result bug. No pagination. There we go. We've actually fixed that. So yeah, sweet. No pagination on the schedule object search. No, wrong search. Let's read the ticket before I assign the commit to it. There's a website for a really chill music. It's called Chill Hop. You can use that music on the stream, but you should make an account and link your account, I guess. I'm not sure how exactly that works, but really, I will actually give that a shot. Because I am getting, no offense to this soundtrack or anything like that. It's just that I've heard it so many times, it's not funny. Cool. So yeah, it would be good to actually have a different music source. I was using another one for a while, but I kept having issues with automatic claims and stuff like that coming through every now and then. It just got to the point where I was like, and the free tier kept only playing like a few songs, and it was just, yeah. And I can't use YouTube because I'll be playing music and then an ad will play and I'll be like, So, yeah. All right, let's find the search. Oops. Got the wrong screen in focus. Too many objects in search. I think this is the one. Too many objects in search will result in a log of pagination tabs. Currently, this is, we have just implemented. All right, we have fixed this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this number. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go remove static. And then I'm going to go get status. Oh, we didn't actually edit that many. Oh yeah, we didn't edit many. All right. First, I'm going to do this. All right, you get status. All right, git add NearBeach fixtures. Git status. Git commit. Applying some changes to the GDPR fixture. All right, cool. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, most of the songs on YouTube have copyrights. Yeah, and there's that too. There are some songs on there that don't. I was going to actually download quite a lot of the YouTube free songs. So there's a, I keep forgetting where it is, but there is an ability to, it's on YouTube itself. It's part of the studio. Essentially go there and you can search for songs, and they're copyright free songs and stuff like that. I was going to do that. However, I think you need to download one at a time, and then you got to update the track names. It was just a pain. I remember trying to do that, and I got through like 3, and I was like, I can't be bothered renaming all these titles and stuff like that, and putting in proper genres, and why wasn't it this and then metadata? I was just like, But they might have improved it since then. So git add, and then we're going to go git commit, and we're going to go bug fix, and we're going to paste that one in. I'm going to go push. All right, cool. Git status. All right, we've done that. Now we're going to do npm run. Oh, we're going to do npm audit first. Cool, npm run prod. So I'm now building the JavaScript. There will be JavaScript changes in this one. So we will need to actually run the local tests. All right, so that has run. Sorry, just the shoulder. npm run e2e. This is running end-to-end tests. We will hopefully be expanding a lot of these tests over time. Am I not running the server? No, I'm running the server. All of them should be logging in. I've got the wrong fixture in. All right, cool. Remove database. Python 3 manage migrate. Sorry, I am also going to move this particular automatic task onto Circle CI. It's just taking a little while because I've got to figure out how to do it. Like, the idea is it's got to run, but I don't want the server to. It's got to run a socks. You're choking yourself with that. There we go. It's going to run a server with a fixture in it, and it's going to hit that fixture, and it's got to do all the tests and stuff like that. But sometimes it fails first shot. Also, once the tests have run, it needs to collapse and not run forever. So yeah. Anyway, we're now going to do Python 3 manage. We're going to load some data, not a date. We're going to load some data. We're going to do. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's socks. She is 11 years old. So yeah, I've had her for a bit over 10 years now. Yeah. She is mostly she's behaving tonight. There will be times where you see her face and then followed by a paw hitting the camera. She has actually broken my webcam before. I used to actually have a really nice webcam, and she kept attacking it, and she kept knocking it off the monitor and stuff like that, and I was just like, oh my god. And then one day the webcam just stopped working. I was like, oh, sucks. So, I was disappointed that day. All right, so we got the data in there. Now we've got to go npm run e2e. Well, I've got to stop the server. So I'm just restarting the server. Just making sure it picks up just so it doesn't have any issues, essentially. And we'll run it. Now, sometimes it fails in the first shot because sometimes it just doesn't log in correctly for, I think the mobile Chrome doesn't log in. There we go, it hasn't logged in for the mobile Chrome. This is fine. This takes maybe 2 minutes. But yeah, I'm hoping to move this to Circle CI, our CI/CD platform we use, because then we could, well, essentially not have to do this every single time. I can actually just send the last commit up and be like, all right, cool, I just got to wait for everything to run, and then I can do my pull requests and stuff like that. Found the kitty on the street. She was almost 1 year old, and yeah, I started taking care of her. Oh, that's adorable. I currently have a, he was dumped, a 15-year-old. Yeah. Socks and him don't get on well, sadly. So yeah, essentially my mum was looking after him for a while. My mum and her neighbour were looking after this cat for a while. He was dumped and the owners moved away. And then my mother's neighbour moved out, and then my mother was moving out and was like, this cat needs a home, and I was like, fine. And he's been living here since. Alright, considering this is just failing on mobile Chrome, I'm going to chalk that off as it's a mobile Chrome problem. It's fine. Alright, cool. We're going to go git status. We're going to go, alright, cool, git add, git commit, and we're going to go release 0.31.91. And then we're just pushing everything upstream. Are you going to jump off? Or did you want to go in the bed? Alright, there we go. Alright, so going in here, we now need to go GitHub, NearBeach. Develop had been just pushed 20 seconds ago. We need to compare and pull. I'm just going to check Circle CI. Alright, they're still running. I mean, that's a fixture, that's a too many. Alright, and that was mainly the front end, if memory serves me correctly. So, if I jump into this, oops, wrong button. If I jump into this, so the backend has run. I know this one takes a little while to actually run on here. Sorry, we do have to sit through this. I found a good thing. I sent it, my cat pictures in the pet. Aww. All right, I'll have a look. Actually, I can look now whilst we're waiting for this. All right. And I can scroll down, I can hit that, and I can hit. Oh, so tiny, it's a tortoiseshell. Oh. So adorable. She's sleeping. Oh, fair enough. How old is she now? Because she's tiny. She would be smaller than, well smaller than Socks, and Socks is a small cat. Yeah, it's still really small. Okay, so yeah, still in the very kitteny sort of stages. Oh, all right, we've just run with, I think we've passed. It's just uploading the artifact. That takes a couple of seconds, almost 2 months to get. Oh, fair enough, but adorable. Aww. I like the orange, the black and the white patches and stuff like that. So yeah. Alright. So that's all done. I'm happy with that. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and just do this. We're going to go bug fixes. We are going to we actually fixed this one, so this is ready for retesting. The reason why I flag these like this is because I have a system, and this system is ready not fixed last month, but ready for retesting. I can then just click on these and click on that. It would be this one. We just do that. And the best thing is you guys actually have access to this board, as in like you can read it. So you guys actually know what bugs I am doing and fixing. Now there was something else I did. Oh, my arm's actually really sore. I shouldn't be doing that. Read-only user has access. All right, and that's another one that we fixed. What was the other one? Unwanted model, 1556. Why isn't that one in here? 1556. Did I just go fix straight away? Oh, that's silly of me. Alright, let's go into issues. 1556. There you are. Yeah, I've just put you as fixed straight away. That's why I should double check. Alright. Here's done. So those are the bug fixes. Applying some changes. Alright, cool. Yeah, I think that's mainly it. We're going to create pull request. I can hear that has sent off the signal being like, oh, we're doing a release. Last night we went outside at midnight, opened the door and she was waiting for me. I got oh. I used to have a three-legged cat called Toby Tripod. This is talking like 13, 15 years ago now. A three-legged cat called Toby Tripod, and he would quite literally run to a particular window and stare out at it around about 15 minutes to half an hour before I came home, and he would literally just wait and until I came home. One review required. I know. I'm gonna merge without that. I'm bypassing the rules. I'm evil. I just don't have anyone who can help me with that. So we've just done that. So create a new release. We're just going to paste what that is down there. We are going to select tag 0.31.91. We're nearly at 100. 0.31.91. Auto-generate the notes. Shove that at the end. Pre-release. Doing that. Alright. And now we publish. Alright, cool. It's a cat thing. Yeah, yeah. Alright, so the good news is we fixed a couple of bugs tonight. We've also done a release. So that will also have the newest libraries and so forth like that in there. Now this release is happening automatically. It'll take about half an hour. Which reminds me, I've got to clean up my R2, the Cloudflare R2 very soon. I said I would do it months ago and I just never did. For those that actually want to know how we release, we're actually using GitHub Actions. So we've got a simple release process where it deploys to PyPI. It also deploys the static files to Cloudflare. We've got like a NearBeach, we've got a cdn.nearbeach.org, and then it triggers the Docker build. So all of that comes together, and yeah. I think it took me a month or two to get that to work, with a lot of help. So yeah, I am probably going to call it there tonight. I just clicked it as the music was changing. All right, let's find someone to rate. Okay. Ooh, Anna says dev. There's toggle bit. I don't know who Jane Takar is. Also having a look at. I'm probably going to do Anna says dev. Alright, let's do a rate. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. We got a release done, we got some bugs fixed. We're slowly expanding or setting up the GDPR fixture, which I'm hoping to get done soon. Just because I've been putting it off. If this particular functionality needs to be tested. It's, yeah. The next sort of step after that is sort of fixing up certain issues, implementing certain features, and wrapping up 0.31. So yeah, then hopefully I've got enough energy in the next month to sort of sprint to that. But yeah, I've probably had to push back the goals. So yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, and I do hope you enjoy NSS Dev. And yeah, for those on YouTube, I'm terribly sorry. You won't be able to raid with us, but don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.